There we go. What's good, man? We're finally live, man. I've been trying to get here all day fucking long. But finally, hopefully my camera will cooperate with me and I will not slap my camera all over the place. Welcome. Thank you guys for joining. If you're here, joining. I'm finally going to finish up this Batwoman figurine along with the base. I finally got that printed. Took some time off yesterday to get that done, make that base model that she's going to sit on top of. I know she's comically large, but I made the model before I made the base, so we're just going to work with what we got here. For the most part, we got Batwoman done in her base coat here. You guys can see she is shrink the camera down just a pinch. Alright, but yeah, I got the stone satin Batwoman, so that way she actually looks like a stone statue. Now we're going to go back in, highlight, do our detail work, and really make this thing shine. And then we're going to start working on the base. The base is the main thing I've really got to worry about tonight. And then hopefully I can put this whole thing together, so that way it actually looks the way I got it envisioned in my head, or as close to it as humanly possible. I've been quietly working on set pieces in the background, so that way I'm not just making figurines and I'm not just making busts, but I'm actually making an entire set piece and having something these things can actually sit on, be a part of the background, be a part of the entire process. Do that here. You guys can see. Rearrange some things real quick so you guys can see. Without further ado, we're going to jump into it. We got our brushes, we got our paint markers here. We are ready to do work tonight. Let's see. So let's see if we can't get down to... What I want to do now is to highlight work on Batwoman and see if I cannot get her done with some detail, and then we're going to work on the base, so that way she's got something to sit on top of. But the cool thing about the base is hollowed out on the inside. You can actually put a light in here, make it glow. Once I get it painted, it'll actually look like a building that has some detail in here to actually make it look like lights are on, so that way when you put a light in here, it actually look like it's lit building. A Batwoman sitting on top. So I haven't tried this, and I don't know if it's gonna work, but we're gonna try our goddamn best. What I want to do is I want to trace the Batwoman signal here with this paint marker, and then I'm going to go fill it in with red. And then once I fill it in with red, let it dry. I'm going to dry brush a little bit of metallic red over the top of that to really make her symbol glow. I'm going to use our original photo here in the corner as a reference, or a soft reference I should say. This is love about these, that I can really get in here and get this detail work done, almost like taking a sketch, highlighting these lines. Hoping you guys can see that. I might need to actually raise this camera up just a little bit more so you guys can see that. Again, I'm just going to trace over this bat signal with these paint markers. So I want this bat logo to really have some pop layer to it. I'm going to use my gunmetal shade just because it's close to get to our own color of gray here, looking like a statue. And then we're just gonna fill that in. Chat, how you guys doing tonight, man? I am super duper late. I had planned on starting this around noon. Adulting cold. Boy, I had to take off, really run some errands. My Facebook friends, welcome back. It's been a year I've been on Facebook. Didn't plan on coming back, but so many people have been wanting me to expand this thing, really show off. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'll reactivate my Facebook. Honestly, I might do this entire thing and then outline the grade just to give her a little bit more detail. As we can already see off the rip, off the top, that bat logo has a lot more detail on it than the rest. So I actually might do this entire thing, the soft gray metal trace, just to give her some highlight and some more detail. Hopefully this music isn't too loud. Guessing it isn't, but just in case it is. So I didn't really check my audio levels here. You know what? Before I commit to that, I really might do all the detail work in gray. Again, these paint markers are clutch. Boom, you can't beat that. It's like having a marker. So there's paint. I'm just gonna color in models. So ultimately, what I'm going to a little bit of red on her. Like I said, I'm gonna go back, hit it with a metallic red to really bring out the bat logo. I wish I had started this, all the start process of how we got this stone statue look. It's fine. Fine. Do a Sakura painting. I don't know, so everyone can actually see that's how we started this. And I might have to retrace this with just a little bit of that gray. Just the tip of the bat symbol here. We already got some good coverage. This already looks good so far. Really keep that nice, steady, and consistent. Maybe, just maybe. Probably gonna have to go over this a couple of times to really work that red in here. I get this red all over the place. Yeah, and this is why these paint markers are so much. Only can stop shaking. Let's go back over what we already did. Add one more layer of red to that. Really want this red to shine through. And if I miss anything, I always come back and correct it with just a touch of gray. Not the just for band touch of gray, but no, paint marker. Okay. Oh yeah. We already got the bat logo. That looks clean. That looks fantastic. And again, I'm going to let that dry. And then I'm going to fill that in with a little bit of that metallic paint marker. Now the building, I'm probably going to have to go over white just to brighten up that black matte color that I painted it with. And then I'm going to go in bit by bit with these markers, detail and add in the high highlights. Right now, focus on Batwoman. How accurate do I really want to get? Okay. Get that initial coat down. Let's go ahead and hit the white. Let's get the eyes so that way she'll have a little bit of pop, and then I'll start working my way towards the buttons, things of that nature. Really start working the highlights, showing off some of that detail in here. Even though it is a statue and it is meant to be a statue, I still want it to have a little bit of pop, a little bit of flair, a little bit of show. Yeah. And whatever it doesn't take, I can always go back, brush over with some gray. That eye is going to be a little bit tricky. Now it's going to have a contrasting look just because the initial print, initial paint job is dry brushed. All right, so we got the white done. I'm gonna go back and gray that out. I'm not too worried about that. I want that initial coat to dry before I really jump into it. I'm gonna gunmetal this bad boy down. Start working so many details in here. And I know I'm painting Batman while listening to the Street Fighter soundtrack. Contradictory, but I like the soundtrack. I like that band. Again, just that gray adds a little bit more contrast to what we already got going on here. Now, I could, in theory, paint this entire thing with my markers, which I've done a few before. If you guys have seen my Mirror Coat My Hero Academia model, I did that entire thing with paint markers. But this, probably not so much. It's gonna highlights, telling her ribs. I want her actual uniform really shine. Shit. That abdominal section. Again, I'm just gonna hit it with a dry brush to really highlight and hide whatever might be running off of my paint here. Really determining what I want to highlight, what I want to color in. Right, I'll go ahead and color that in. Bump it. Highlight. The wrist blades, I was tempted to paint that, but I think I'm gonna leave that as is as well. And what I want to do, okay, that red is dry. I have to be cautious. Just bring highlights for you. And then what I'm gonna do to hide whatever runoff I have, again, I'm just gonna metallic white it And we just got some highlights showing here. Just little things. See, we can see her uniform. We can see her abs a little bit better. We can see the stripes on her uniform a little bit better. And that, again, just really helps bring home the fact that this is Batwoman. And this is a highly detailed model. It would be a crime if I didn't sit here and work on some of the shading and shadowing and angles that this model has, because this thing is fantastic. The only thing I hate is my paint markers don't allow me to control the flow of paint coming out of these markers. So I can't really sit here and say, hey, I don't want this much paint to come out. That might be the one thing I wish I could change about using these paint markers. Oh, you could. I got the bowl right here. Let me see here. What else do I want to highlight on her? You know what? It would be a crime if I didn't get some highlight on her face. So I'm gonna work this marker right into her eye, like this. And again, because I did it with this highlight, this tone, I kind of get away with it not being perfect. Get away with that not being perfect for her nose, trim of her mask. Again, I'm just doing this to really insinuate detail. Okay. And her uniform and her outfit. I really want this to shine through, even though this is a statue. Again, I'm going to put just an inch of gray here on that iconic pointy part of her hat right there. The back side of it as well. I want this to really stand out. Bam. Again, we got just some mild detail work in here, so that way she's not looking completely drained, completely boring. And again, I'm going to go back over that red, hit it with some of that metallic, really add some polish and some shine to it. And yes, before you ask, Mama Batgirl is yammy-yammed. Alright, so let's start working our way down the belt. Gray on top of that, that's fine. Oh well, I'm gonna have to go back and clean that up anyway, I'm not too worried. And I'm just gonna add just a little something for midsection. That way it's not so dry and dull. It's almost like I'm drawing a 2D picture all over again. But that trying to see if I can really work these outlines so everything doesn't really blend. I know you guys probably can't see that, but we're gonna work that rib, we're gonna work the side pocket. Again, look at the detail, look at the highlights now. Now she's coming along, she's looking proper. Versus everything else looks a little dull, a little worn. I do want it to look worn because, again, it's supposed to be a statue. I do want to insinuate these details because this model is fantastic. With her utility belt, I really wrestled with the idea of coloring this entire thing in. I just don't want to. Now, if I reprint this and remake this entire setup, I more than likely will paint the entire thing in. Just to give it a true Gotham City vibe. Right now, I'm going to keep this thing as simple as possible. Wrinkles. Paint markers are fucking phenomenal, dude. I'm gonna have to drop a proper review on them pretty soon. Again, we just got some highlights and details right here on the side. It just looks fantastic. Gives it a little bit more personality, a little bit more character than just being all gray. You know? Work this inside wrinkle right there. Okay. I may or may not color some of this. Really give it a little bit more character. I'm really tempted. Also, chat, how you guys doing tonight, man? Holla at your boy. Don't be shy. Free to ask questions. Ooh, do not break her fucking cape. That's it. What I've been wanting to get into really is 2D to 3D, 3D to 2D painting. Take a 3D model and you paint it in such a way that looks 2D until you pick it up. That's a paint style I would not mind getting my hands on, really understanding. I keep seeing it on Twitter, but I can't find a YouTube video to explain what the hell that painting style is. And we got that leg. That detail goes a long way. It's giving her some character. Really does. Compare this leg that we hadn't touched yet to this leg. We got some character here. That's fantastic. All in a matter of seconds. Go ahead and really work her kneecap. Really want to work these wrinkles. That's
Prepare for the battle. prepare for the war, prepare for the real Street Fighter blood war. The third of the third, prepare to die for. Your life's on the line, so I'ma take yours. So who wanna blood dance with me? Get your body wrapped up, or even a street fantasy. In the square, yo, you best to beware.
All right, whose
Street Fighter,
soundtrack
we
is
ain't
this
playing
though?
over
It's just
there.
low-key
One-on-one,
fire.
kid, you know you get finished round one, round two. So come and get with it. Your heart ain't close, so forget about the power. Battle this style to the 24th hour. Pay the price that you couldn't deal with. Cold-blooded killers in my lockdown click. Got no time to waste. We ticking time bombs. Street Fighter 3 like the scar on my arm. You'll make your first move, so what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. The third chapter, so what's
Okay.
it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street
I
Fighter
have not heard this track before.
So what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. The third chapter, so what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. Yo, rock what you got, block what you shot, another chapter. And what you get is what you got. Enough warriors here to fight. Choose one, the best of the best will be the champion. Whose world is this after all? Capcom living with lockdown forever, y'all. This contains scenes of violence and death. Viewer discretion, some ain't ready yet. If a pack ain't ready, step up with all you got. With the fighters who ain't ready, take your regular spot. So what? Come down for it's too late to stop. Trying to front like you was kids of the block. Step too close, kid, you might get shot. Only one master is going straight to the top. One false move, your whole game gets blocked. Only one
All right,
master is going
let's
straight
take
to
a
the top.
look. Let's look at our progress. That's fire.
Yo, you about to
Again,
feel
I
like
really
yourself,
might
wish
dry
the
brush
world
that
was
just to
you got
dim it
all
down
you
just
wish
a
you could live.
touch.
Past the first stage, you thought you could live it. Now you just realize you never could survive it. Dealing with cold-blooded assassinators, decapitate your body, give the food to alligators. You need to put your power over here. It's much greater. It's either you push
Look
start
at
or
these
try again later.
highlights.
It's all about the confidence, bet they don't cater. You got no time to talk to the player haters. I guess one fly kick will leave your body critical. Talking about real street thugs and big criminals. Now you're helpless all the way to the finish.
Damage,
Where
bro,
you can
fuck that.
practice, come back and get with it. You can't bite my hits, the sky's no limit.
You wanna get
Anything distant, yo, it's in
that
minute.
highlight?
First move, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. Third chapter, so what's it gonna be? Trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. Make your first move, so what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. The third chapter, so what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. Make your first move, so what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. Fight for the future, so what's it gonna be? The third strike, y'all, is Street Fighter 3. Make your first move, so what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. Fight for the future,
Sure
so
don't.
what's it gonna be? The third strike, y'all, is Street Fighter
And this is why I like going gray on gray, because if I do fuck up, you can't tell. Okay. That was this highlight. Not worried about the bottom of the figurine too much because that's going to get glued down. Whatever's on the other underside, really a top priority. Hey, they remixed my boy Ken. Yeah, I got Street Fighter coming up next. It's one of my models. I already got Sakura printed. I just want to redo the backdrop idea that I have for not Sakura, Sakura Street Fighter. Bum, 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 shout out to the remix on that. I used to be able to play that song on guitar. God dang it. Gonna be a little bit unperfect. And we got just the highlights in here. That detail work is fantastic. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it to this camera so you guys can actually see how clean it actually looks. That's just the metallic highlights. Just a little bit of a metallic highlight to really make sure you can see her actual outfit. Probably would be a lot cleaner if I had started off with that. That's fine. I'm counting on that blending right back in base coat that I put down. Gamble. Guarantee is even going to work the way I got it in my head so far. I like to think. I got it. That I really want to add some detail, emphasis on this cape as well. The cape is fucking fire. How's that look? Oh, that looks solid. Yeah, and that highlighted metallic really just helps insinuate cape and give that cape a lot more detail. And if we had left that plain. And that. Gonna be tough, but we did get it. Yeah, I gotta get the back of the neck. Yeah, and I was just racing over the gray. We're trying to give it some highlights. Really solid. Dude, we can't get the bag. Perfect. Again, we got a little bit of that metallic on the cape. Really bring home some of that highlight and really bring in some of that detail. It's fantastic so far. Excellent coverage. I'm really trying to make sure it actually shines through in that cape. Yeah, we got some really good coverage here. It'll work on if I go work this small bracket right here. I don't know how much this is actually going to fill in. What? Right, let's see. Swap my damn photo. small spot to work in. We're gonna work in here. Oh, this is so tight, so small. I bet. Yeah, we got some really good detail work in here. Gotta finish working the backside, getting the legs down. Once we perch her up here, man, that detail, that detail is gonna be fantastic. Yeah, I'm liking that so far. I really gotta make sure I get you know what? I'm not gonna do it yet. I'm gonna wait till I get all the way done how I want this to look. Before I actually commit putting the gray on the edge. Let's get actually gonna go ahead and color that gray so that way it actually shows up. And bring this highlight up. So some of this is actually supposed to be colored in red, which I might go back and touch that a little bit up just to make sure I keep the highlights and the details together. You have to be careful. I gotta stop dragging this marker all week, really. Making marks I don't even plan on making. Some of this put in. Well, I can do about not a lot I can do about some of these areas that are just naturally going to fill in with marker. Work that. I can work that. Add some accent to that. How we looking? I love it. I love the detail. I love the highlight. Just because it makes it look a little bit more authentic. I don't think I got this right here. Ah. Damn it. Okay, let's get her utility belt. Utility belt. And I get the highlight and the detail. I can. Perfect. Get this last crease there. We can go ahead and get the crease and the highlight in her shoe. Granted, I do got to do a trim of her shoe as well. So we got kind of a base trim and coat down just to give her a little bit more highlight, a little bit more detail, a little bit more color. So that way she's not just all flat gray. It's got a little bit of life to it. It's got a little bit of characteristic to it. Now it's time for the fun part, my favorite part, dry brushing. And then we're going to fill in some of the detail of the red. As a matter of fact, before I get too far ahead of myself, I want to get some of the red details done. So that way, when it's time for me to dry brush, it really won't take much. That little highlight, that little detail on the shoulder. I know down here there's a small red space. Wristwatch. Her shoes. Have a red trim. Really had to break up in here and get that. They try to work up in here and do bare trim of her shoe. I really wish I had a good enough camera angle for everyone to actually see specifically how I'm getting it done. So we'll shoot just a little bit, that's fine. We'll go ahead and get the highlight work done here. And again, all this red, I'm gonna brush right back over with that metallic silver. That metallic red to really bring that home. I'm gonna take a few liberties because I know all of this isn't red, but a little creative. Okay. I technically should have kind of maybe lined the belts on her pants in some red. But I'll be all right. I'll be all right. To make up for that, I'll add some red, kind of. Actually, I won't. I'm gonna do too much. Okay, so let's get done. Let's get down to the fancy bits here. So because I'm dry brushing such a small space, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run with a size 2 paintbrush. And we're gonna brush this bat logo over here with some metallic red to really give it some life. Really don't know why I expect my attendance to be any different when I know for a fact people don't really fuck with your boy like that. But you know what? I love painting just enough that I do it for nobody but me. But if you're all watching, do your boy a solid, man. Maybe share this post, man. I'm trying to blow this damn channel up. Oh my god. But my paintbrush so damn stiff. Hold up. One second. My paintbrush is stiff as a fucking brick. No, it's not gonna work. No, it's not gonna work. I probably should have soaked that bad boy in a little bit of rubbing alcohol before I got started. But I'm like, you know what? My brush is all clean. I didn't account for the stiffness. There. I need some give in these paintbrushes. God damn. Damn. So let's try this again. We're gonna get in here and get a little bit of dry brushing done. Guys might be new to it. We're just gonna wet our paintbrush up and do our best to dry this out. A little bit of pigmentation off of it. Not paint I'm looking for. It is the pigment. Hit it with a vibe check. See from the palm of my hand here. Don't have a lot of red coming off, so I'm gonna go back in here, get a little bit more paint. Really try to wet this paintbrush up, get some paint to work with here. A lot better now. We can kind of see that red showing up, showing some pigment. Let's go ahead and hit our bat logo with that. That way it's not just a flat red. Just gonna gently brush over this logo because we really want this to pop. We really want this to shine. We want this to have some red to it. Got some red to it. You'll see a difference in this. Just a moment. You got it red, but I still need a little bit more highlight out of that. So I'm gonna go back in here, get me a little bit more red. Just really add some highlight depth to it. Again, I want this red to pop, and I also want to add some glisten and some glitter to it. Vibe check it. Going back over it again. See the red in our hand here. Got a lot more detail. Matter of fact, that's about the shade we're looking for there. Let's go in here and paint. Yeah, we can kind of see the difference in this red instantaneously. Gently touch it. Get that highlight, the shine through. We really want some glitter on this red. It might take a coat or two for it to really start to pop. Listen, the way we got in our heads here. Ain't quite there yet, so I think I'm gonna hit it one more time. Really try to work this red. Pass the bob check. bit more metallic red. Really try to get this color to gloss, glisten, shine through. Yeah, we're just gonna trim it with that metallic in just a second. Again, we got a little bit more glitter and glisten. That red's got some detail to it. I'm gonna clean it up with a little bit of gray and a little bit of white. I'm gonna vibe check that one more time. See how much paint we got coming off of here. Not a whole lot, but we got a little something we can squeeze off of here. I just want this red to glitter, glisten, and truly highlight. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm ultimately just gonna brush back over it with some white. So that way that highlight will really have a little bit more room to shine. Off. And vibe check it. Coming off real nice and clean. Gently coat that with some of that metallic. That one's got a little shine, a little pop to it, a little bit of flair. That way it's not so dull. If I get some extra where it doesn't belong, I'm not worried too much. Because ultimately, I'm just going to brush right back over this, the touch metallic and white. And I really want to highlight this. Now, I also want to get the buttons on the cape and everything as well. I want that to have a little bit of pop and flare too. I actually might do that metallic gold. As a matter of fact, perfect. Let's throw some metallic gold on this bad boy. Just to give it a little bit of pop, a little bit of flare, a little bit of shine. Or like chats. All right, I want to add some metallic gold to that button right there. But we got the red down. We got some highlights in here. It's no longer a dull red. It's got a little bit of flare and pop to it. We got to outline the silver just so that way she's got a lot more detail in the stone color scheme of what we're looking for. And then we're going to move on to the building. The building is going to be the funnest challenge, because there's so much detail that's got to go into that building to really make this shine. Go ahead and clean the brush out so it doesn't become a problem in the future. Alright. Nice and clean, perfect. It's not gonna be too bad. I'm gonna add some metallic there it is. I'm gonna add a little bit of metallic gold to the buttons just to give it a little bit of credence and a little bit of something to stand on. And again, I'm gonna go right back over it with just a little bit of that white over her body, just to kind of bring everything back down to a neutral kind of color. It might be too much gold, but that's fine. Just gonna get a little bit of paint on our brush right out. Hit it with a vibe check. Perfect. We got just enough gold. That's about the gold tint we're looking for. Just enough for it to show up. We don't want it to be too powerful. That gold overrides every other color that we have in here. We're just going to gently get button here. Button. Just want that to have a little bit of pop and shine. Not gonna have a bunch of color. I'm gonna have some color. Yeah, I'm not worried about it being perfect. Just gonna dust over this with a soft wipe, bring the edges of this metallic down. That way it all blends real nice and that outline isn't too egregious. Now in certain spots it looks fine. But again, when you're holding the model, I really want that to look as clean as possible. See, we got the gold now. We got the red and the highlight. Now, part of me did want to do this in black, but because I painted this in black, like it's not gonna look as clean as it could. Okay. So I'm gonna let that rest right there. Scoop our gold right back up. I'm a cheap ass. I like to keep my paint. I don't have too much paint just sitting around. Set that there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my size 3 brush, which is stiffer than my tax bill. Let's go ahead and wet that up. Get our brush nice and loose. And if you're just joining us, guys, doing just a little bit of dry brushing over our Batwoman here really quick. And then we're going to move on to the base. Really bring this building to life so that way she's got something real nice and proper to sit on top of. In order to bring our hue back down just a little bit, we're going to actually dry brush her. Debating, do I want to do white or do I want to do gray? It could be either or. Let's see. Do get a nice highlight and a nice trim. I kind of want to do it in white. I think I'm going to roll with white because white was the initial color we used to get this stone kind of look. So it only makes sense that I dry and brush her with a little bit of white. So we're going to take our paint. We're going to get just a little bit right off the tip. Work it into our brush. And then we're going to start working that paint right back out of our brush because all we want is this pigment so that way it looks dry brushed. Again, we can see right here in the palm of the hand, that's about the white we're aiming for. You can barely see it, but it's white enough that again, once I start dusting over this, and I'm doing it like I'm just crop dusting, gently working the brush over, and add just a little bit of white to it, so that way it keeps that stone statue kind of look without doing too much damage to it. Then we're going to add some highlights and trim to the bat logo. We're basically going to be good with that, and we can start working on the building. We're going to do the building the exact same way. It's the white dry brush to add a concrete look to it and kind of a base coat of paint. And then after that, we're really going to start working the paint markers and start trying to get our details in here real nice, clean, and even. Again, really, and it doesn't look like much because most of this is already coated. It already looks coated. I'm not going to do a whole bunch in the grand scheme of things. Won't look like much, but trust me, when you use this and brighten this shade up just a little bit, so that way she keeps a stone statue-esque kind of look. I also want to use that black color in her lips, kind of similar to what the picture is. Now the white in her eyes is going to be the hardest part. I don't really have a white that pure. Again, got that white just to add some more highlight and detail and give it that real dusted, weathered statue kind of look. We don't want to get too far removed from that because ultimately she's a statue watching over Gotham City. Even though Gotham City's building is super duper tiny. Now, what I would have liked to have done, and what I probably will do when I rework the base, put the bat logo and the giant fucking strobe light on the top. Let's see. Hit it with a vibe check. Not quite enough. Not quite enough paint. I want to dry it out too much, but we don't want too much wet paint either. That's better. Again, I'm just gonna gently dust over some of these areas. So that way it does keep a consistent look on it. And we get that white coverage over here. Perfect. Almost looks like it snowed. Re-highlight the white spot in her hair. I really want that to shine through. It's a highlight. I had a whole light scheme really set up for this. Brush over this spot real quick. I'm gonna hit all the areas that we hit with that paint marker to dull down some of this gray outline that we put up here. Again, it still looks like a nice stone sketch statue. Absolutely fantastic. Love it. 2 seconds. I'm gonna clean this brush. We're gonna set Batwoman to the side. Now we're gonna start fresh. There's not much left to do with Batwoman. I'm going to let her dry, go back over that bat logo. Now, I'm going to really work the base. I actually won't need my phone for the base because this is going to be completely freestyle. Let's see here. You know what? The one thing I hate is that I cannot see my YouTube chat. Not YouTube, but I can't see any of my... Actually can't see anything anyone's typing to me on Facebook. Weird. Why can't I see my chat? Dude. Not YouTube, but stupid. I just sort of hate that. I can't read you guys' messages. Alright, I guess I'll just have to keep that open in the background and just. Sorry, guys. Parenting. Watching. I had to figure out why. That's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. No, I need that. Fuck it. Anywho. I'll have to fight with that later on. Let's clean these brushes. Fucked up on the camera. You know what? Y'all need a camera. I bet. Let's clean it up. Alright, so we're gonna go hardcore with this white because I need to cover so much space on one given time. I'm gonna go ahead and use my big boy brush and a little bit more cheese. And then we're just gonna straight hit this with paint markers. I'm actually gonna paint this entire thing with paint markers. That's the idea. Let me see if I can actually do it. And all my paint markers are mostly for small, skinny things, miniatures, things of that nature. But we're gonna see what we can actually get out of this thing. Again, vibe, check it. White's coming off clean. Again, this is the centerpiece of dry brush. Work that paint. Watch this colors gently build up here. Almost like we're dusting. Really want to work this white paint in here. Let a bit more paint on here, but decent coverage in. Just like that, we've got soft shade of white. That's how we get our base coat. Really work this paintbrush. Sure I get this paint worked into the light structure because that's going to be really big. Actually getting painting that would be a real key component there. Really want windows have a shade as with the lights on, or orange yellow fade. Dust in that heat. Got our first couple of shades down already. Simple base coat. We keep doing that until we get this entire thing covered. So we don't have any paint goblins hiding in here. Man, I really just want to start working.
Out, I'm in the Rex Village, a dark world with street soldiers, thugs, and gangbangers. Just like we showed at that last party of your life, gone, trapped in a new world street. Out, I'm in the Rex Village, a dark world.
I did not know Street Fighter had a soundtrack this
Just
dope.
like we showed at that last party of your life, gone, trapped in a new world street.
Gotta be really careful because it's actually a lot thinner than what.
You'll make your first move, so a single on B. You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3, the third chapter. So what's it gonna be?
I ain't having to go over Batwoman with a genuine red because I really feel like that red isn't popping out the way I want it.
So what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. Out, I'm in the Rex Village, a dark world with street soldiers, thugs, and gangbangers. Just like we showed at that last party of your life.
I had to add some more white to that. We're going to be using a ton of white to get the base covered. And I'm going with white because I really want the building to be vibrant. I want the building to feel like it's alive. Work the top here.
You'll make your first move, so a single on beat. You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3, the third chapter. So what's it gonna be? You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3. Make your first move, so a single on beat. You're trapped in the new world of Street Fighter 3, the third chapter. So what's it gonna be?
Press up on this brush. Really want to work the paint out. Really want to work this paint into this bottle. It almost looks like a sketch. This is beautiful coverage. When it comes to dry brushing, this is about the shade, the tint we're looking. That's decent coverage. I'm going to go over that a couple more times to really make sure I get this highlight up. I want to make sure street lights get to shine, the plants outside get to shine, sidewalk here gets to shine too. We're going to be using a lot of white paint to really clean this up. Go. Got to trim the building looking real nice and clean. Really, I'm probably gonna do a couple of passes over there. Not too worried. Just want to have a nice clean base coat because the paint markers are really gonna be the ones to color this in and really make this building shine. So, I'm looking for really good coverage. And I hope it doesn't take all the white I have just to get this highlighted. I'm going to be sad if that's come down to. Also, share my own live stream, 'cause why not? I don't think I'm getting fine. That actually does look solid. And it takes an awful lot of paint to cover. Really wondering how much I can commit. With this giant brush, taking everything I got. That sponge, and wake up some of that dry brush, that dry paint pigment that still might be hiding on the brush. There's some coverage here, man. That looks solid. And we're just trying to get the highlight. Well then, I want to get the plants down here, and I also want to make sure I get the sidewalk, so that way this paint has something to settle down on real nice and tight when we get ready to actually add our detail. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to wash my hands and I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Before I get back into this, let me hit the bowl. Or 20 somewhere, and it happens to be my office. Let's see. Well, they got Mega Man City Pop. Shut the fuck up. Let's go. Let's vibe. Let's hit that vibe check one time. It's Friday night. We really finna be in this bitch just chilling, yo. Don't feel frightened. Hit your boy up in the comments, the chat, if you got any questions, you want to know anything. You know what I mean? I know I only got like 2 people. One is probably a bot. But fuck it. Still counts. All viewers are welcome. You know, local AI bots here. Let's see if we can't get this sidewalk down just a little bit. That might be a little too, no, that's good. And it's about where we're looking with the vibe check on the hand, how much paint we want to have on our brush. Really want to make sure we get this in here. This entire thing is going to have to get recoated. The actual official paint tone gonna work. Want to make sure we got enough paint in here so that when we actually go use the paint markers, that paint's got something to sit on top of and not just gloss black primer. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, because I want this to actually pop and have actual color tone. I want to make sure I got enough white brush to really cover that. And just for one side of the building, I feel like we did pretty solid. Just one side of the building. I think we did all right. Like that. Like that a lot. Okay, that's a solid base coat of what we're going to start off with. I really want to make sure I get everything in here going. So I'm going to go ahead and rotate that. Waking that up with a little bit of that paint. A little bit of water. I got too much paint in this brush for it to dry out this fast. That's what that sponge for. It's got just a dab of water on it. A decent first little shade down. It ain't the worst, it ain't the best. Something. If we can't. A little bit more paint off of here before we had to dip back into that white. We got a big glob, and I feel like it shouldn't take as much white paint as it's taking to really get the shade and the coverage that we want. Because again, it's about what we're looking for, and this is about what we're working with. I want to keep that white consistent throughout. Check. A little bit on here, not too much. And I'm just gonna brush right on over this. Trying to go against the grain. Really need this white edge windows so that way when I actually go paint them. I don't know if I have a sunset orange for these really, or to really shine the way I want it to. We're gonna see what we can squeeze out of here. Figured I'd have a little bit more traffic, especially on Facebook. Considering the fact I've been going for a year. That's kind of why I left Facebook to begin with. Ad accounts and real activity, real support. Go ahead and powder the top of this building. Just enough white. Looks like it might be time for us to jump back into the white paint. Might not be much left on this brush. Not enough. Yeah, that can be a little bit more. Yeah, I need a lot more white. It's gonna really get that in there. That should be all right. That's gonna be tough to do. We're gonna work that paint. Work right up in here. Hit it with that circular motion. I really want to make sure that catches. Got a little bit more coverage all the way around the building. So far, I mean, that looks fantastic. Like, looks beautiful so far. Look at that. You can already see the difference. And again, once it's time to start laying down the colors, it's gonna be great. That, or we dip and run to our paintbrush for our paint. We're gonna truss it. Too wet. Never trust the wet brush when you're dry brushing. Kind of defeats the purpose. Just want to get base color down. Well, we got a ways to go to get this bad boy covered. Again, I'm pretty sure I could have went straight to the paint markers over this, but because I really want this to be vibrant, I want the base to be the shine, and I really want to make sure it's got a chance to really stand out and be special. didn't really get, I don't really get the windows where I want to. So I'm gonna twist that brush and really get that paint in there. You don't want to leave windows dark. Windows are really gonna be a highlight. Definitely need more coverage. Got more coverage down here on the base. I got to color in the sidewall. More paint. Jesus. It's going to take so much paint just to get this coverage down. Off. I'm gonna blot out. I'm not gonna get rid of too much paint off of it. I need a cool bit of coverage. I'm actually gonna let this be a little bit wetter than usual. Typically do if I was doing something smaller, because this is such a grand scale that paint be a little wetter. Typically go for. Can I get this street corner, please? Oh, I feel like this isn't really gonna shine the way I wanted it to. Oh, that's not gonna shine the way I wanted it to. And again, we got really good coverage so far all the way around. Just coming into this, we got pretty decent coverage. Granted, I swear to God, I just added white paint to this brush, and this shit is not even. I ain't even trying to hear what I got to say. Hey, come on, let's add a white paintbrush. No way. And this is how easy it is to dry brush. I actually can do this left-handed. Right, I am a little bit of ambidextrous, but you know what? This is how simple it is. Dry brush. So if you're getting into painting and you're looking to do something like this, dry brushing really the way to go. Let's go. And just to catch up. This is what we're working with so far. We have pretty decent coverage, and again, we come back and we'll really clean this up with actual paint. I'm trying to get this to shine. Granted, I am eating through some paint. Let's see. Can't get better coverage of that. I'm looking over the smaller brush. Get some of the nooks and trannies in here. Smaller stuff. But this big brush is actually doing a decent enough job. You okay, babe? I muted myself. Good Lord. I'm gonna dry my brush out a little too much. Get some more paint. Oh, we're pretty much a quarter away. Got this side, one more side left to do. And we should be good to go. Chat, I hope you guys are doing all right. We are kinda, sorta, kinda getting through this. Just a couple of base coats, and then we're going to start actually adding our main coats down and hopefully bring this building to life. But the first things first is we want to get this down so that way we can put our bat drill on top. I'm going to actually paint this building, make it vibrant, and make Batwoman a statue. I'm going to make that one cohesive piece. Let's see. Vibe check, that looks good. Work this paint right up in here. Want this to have some shine. That way when I actually add color, it's actually going to have some bounce off of and reflect. Not be too dull or flat. And dry brushing is so easy. Do it left-handed. Really ain't that hard. Just taking a dried paintbrush and dust this bad boy off. Then I'm gonna go in, paint the light, paint all the windows. Really want that to have own flair, its own shine. I don't know how much of the roof I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna keep the roof stone once I actually paint it. Just so. Just so it's got a little bit of flair and pop. Yeah, it's gonna look dope when that's all said and done. I just gotta finish painting the building and actually adding detail to it. I think that's gonna be rad as shit. I need to repaint the back of her shoe too, because that one actually too dark. Yeah, that's gonna be dope as shit. Let's add oh chat, how you guys doing tonight? Thank you for hanging out with your boy on the Friday. Y'all all got something better to do. But you know what? Painting, reviving. Quite frankly, that's all that really matters. You can, oh, let's hit this brush with the bob check. It looks good. It's a little heavy on the paint. This model is going to eat up so much. It's white. I actually don't want to drop my brush too much. I want it to be dry, but not so dry that I can't freaking use it. Pepper and a white. Again, I'm just getting some basic highlights, basic cues. Really want to make sure I fill that in. And you can be a little aggressive, a little egregious when you're doing just a base coat of dry brushing. Really want to get it everywhere. So not really worried about being super duper pretty with it right now. Okay. Again, we got some coverage here. Come back, hit the top of that real quick. This is our last side. So once we get this side done, we'll do the top. And then we can really start focusing on actual color. First, ooh, don't want to break that. That one's closed. I bet. Come back, hit our wet sponge. Check it. Barely enough water to even tell. Just enough. Dampen that paint up on our brush. I'm just gonna spat that. Come back, hit it again. I really want to make sure I get the edges. What I'm wondering, yeah, you're gonna be able to see. You're gonna be able to see the top. So I definitely want to paint the top of the building. I don't want it to look too flat. I still want to go back over the red. That really doesn't shine the way I was hoping it would. I probably can afford to go back over the gold too. Just because I feel like that gold is not ain't quite popping the way I wanted to. That gold could really stand the pop. Man, Ryu's theme song sounds dope on the saxophone. Let's go back. Let's get a little bit more paint on this brush. Hit it with a quick vibe check. Again, about the shade of white we're looking for. Let me get it real nice and powdery. I want to be wet. Really work the brush in here until it starts to dry out. We're just essentially dusting the bottle with that white paint. We're just literally dusting it. Because this is just going to be basic coat of paint, basically, for our actual colors to sit on top of and actually start to shine. And this will actually help add to that concrete look that we're going for. Watching on Facebook, this might be the painting session getting to actually see. This is what I've been quietly working on for God knows how long. Getting this skill set of mine up. Didn't even know I could paint. No fucking idea I could paint. Alright. One more little street corner to get right here. One more building. Last but not least, we're going to get the roof, and we can really focus on adding the color, but just dry brushing. We got just a very good basic coat, very good basic white. It almost looks airbrushed. I mean, it almost looks like an actual sketch brought to life, and I really, really love that. Now, if I was doing this any other way, I probably would have painted Batwoman all the way through and left this as a stone. with a stone looking kind of sketch and added just some gentle details here and there. But because I initially intended for Batwoman to be the statue, means I got to make the building actually pop and bring the building itself to life. So I'm gonna get the ceiling. I got to be really careful because this roof is extremely thin. For whatever reason, when this printed, it decided to make that ceiling really thin. We'll read. And we're just really work our brush. You're pretty much drying this brush off at this point. Not worried about it being super perfect. Not yet. Now the roof I'm actually probably going to do with a gun metal. So that way it's got a little bit more pop and shine to it. Just for our base coat. Just so that way our actual paint has something to lay on top of. I just want to make sure I get decent enough coverage. And this is our base coat. We're not worried about being perfect. White gets all over the place. That's perfectly fine. That's really what we're aiming for. How can I get this everywhere we possibly can get it? Okay. Before I run back to my paint, just gonna hit it one more time with that water. I got just a little bit more white. Dude, Giles' theme song sounds good no matter what. Get the fuck out of here. They play that shit on sax. I gotta give them credit for that. What we want to do is we want to go ahead and cover up all of that. Perfect. So give me 2 seconds. I'm going to wash my hands. I'm going to change out this water here. I'm going to clean this brush. Come back and start adding some detail to this bad boy. 2 seconds. All right, chat, your boy is back. We'll let the talking to chat. Let me see. All right, we're gonna let that soak for just a couple of minutes there. Now it's really trying to get into the fun part because I have no idea how I'm gonna do it. I have an idea, but I don't have an idea. I'm actually gonna use my paint markers. Really try to add some quality detail to this. I don't know how this is going to work. I don't know how this is going to look. This is really and truly a guess. So So I'm gonna hit the bowl for good luck. All right, so we're gonna run with an ivory and brown. And what I want to do is I want to do the structures in kind of a cream brown, like the pillars. These here I'm probably going to do in gray. Trim of the roof I'm probably going to do in some black. The windows are really going to be the star of the show. And in order for that to work, I'm going to have to find a way to really do some contrast. That means some real genuine contrast. Don't know if this is going to be the right color. It is. This is where I like the paint mark. God, I love these paint marks. Just like that, we got our coat and our first hint. The thing I love about the paint markers is the consistency in which I'm able to get paint off of this marker. Actually, how that will. So I'm just gonna go ahead and work. Just really want to get that real good coverage. I want to make sure that white doesn't shine through. I'm gonna get right here in between. Right there, perfect. Actually, that tone, we're gonna see how that looks when it dries. I said that tone almost looks flesh tint, but I want the pillars of the building to be a really cream kind of color. That's what I'm thinking of, a cream brick. Now, I could have, if I really wanted to, and if this was brick, I probably would have done it. It's done this in red, but it's not brick. So it's not, I don't think it's gonna have that same impact color-wise if this was on brick. All right, boom. I'm gonna paint one pillar. I really want to see how this is gonna look pillar-wise. And so easy. I can do this left to right-handed. Real simple. Boom. Again, we got fantastic coverage. So I'm gonna go there, right on the inside of that. I really want this to have a cohesive, cream, warm color to that color here. One more coat, straight up and down. We want to have good coverage on this building. Now I got to be careful not to overdo it, because I do want this to be able to glow in the dark. I want you to be able to actually put a light in here and highlight it and make it shine. I don't want to be too heavy on my coat. But I actually want this to be slightly practical. For that little section right there. Now, why they make Ryu music sound like goddamn elevator music? And that's just a nice warm kind of cream color. to this building. Bless you. That itty bitty teeny light. I don't know if you guys can see that. I gotta leave that gray. I'm actually gonna go over that with a metallic and actually make that light bulb kind of have a glow to it. So that way it looks like those lights are on. And this is why I love the paint markers. Because I can get just that teeny bit of detail in there. And again, that almost is like a sketch, slowly being painted in life. And I really love dry brushing technique. Why it's one of my favorite. It almost feels natural. Okay. Not gonna worry about the other half of that pillar quite yet. Press my luck a little bit. Don't know how much that in between this itty bitty little spot right here. I don't know if you guys can see that little itty bitty crevice right there. I really need to get into. I'm not gonna worry about that quite yet. Okay, I'm gonna run with this green. I want this green to have a dark color for this plant here. Perfect shade of green. Just enough to pop. Enough where it's going to be overpowering. And these paint markers are fantastic. Just this. I'll get that underneath. Just enough. Not so worried. I know for a fact I'm going to come back over this, color that. And that's just a simple idea of what that's going to look like. We got the green, we got the pillar on the highlight. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. How well is she coming? Matter of fact, give me my gun tray. Lamp post. It's gonna have a real metallic shine to it. That way it actually stands the fuck out. And then I'm gonna come back with the actual light. Shade of yellow. Yeah, we got just a little bit of detail. So far, it looks good. I got to clean up that attribute pine bush, otherwise it's going to look a little incomplete. Yeah, I'm just going to go over this again. Don't want any lines shining through it. I really want this to be as clean as possible. I know for a fact I can see a little bit of that darker shade shining through. Back in here, color over that one more time. Really want to have a warm cream kind of look. And we just got all the corner, but we can already see this thing is taking shape. Okay. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and stick with silver. I was debating on doing the trim here for the building in black. I think silver actually does it justice. Work that in there, and it's going to really work this trim. Not overly concerned because the base coat is white, so I can get more liberal with my color scheme here. And just getting those details really in here, make this shine. And we can kind of see a difference between these floor levels now. There we go. Now that camera's focused. Now we can see some genuine detail in here. It's like goddamn Sesame Street, bro. If I was to do this any other color, it probably would have been metallic silver. Really make the building pop. Okay. So let's move over to our next pillar. Really start trying to fill that one in. I go back over this one more time. Right. Okay. We're going to work that first arch, work our way back into the second pillar. And that arch, I'll probably end up doing the gray, help it stand out. This area around these lamp posts are going to be the hardest thing to get. Chat from a little quiet, your boy's kind of locked in. Really trying to make sure I get that. And our second base coat down. And really adding that highlight in there. It's starting to come along. We'll work our way back up this pillar. Just going to fill this one in. This is going to go from a black and white sketch straight up. This section. I'm going to come back. I'm actually going to brush up and down with that marker. I just want to make sure I get coverage. The last thing I'm going to do is actually fill in window detail, because that's going to tricky at. Tricky on the details. That's what I'm here for. The more complicated this shit gets, the more fun I find myself having. Again, we got a second part of our building done. Really can see the progress actually happening in real time. Like, it's absolutely fantastic. One second. Oh. Alright. Just a little bit of that yellow in here. That can really work that. Now, when it this lamp post with the silver, both of them. Both with that over, just like that. Now, this is why I love these paint markers, man. God, I can get just the tiniest details, the most minute things. Two shades of yellow really do a good job of contrasting off of each other. Really help drive home that detail. Over that bush. Green, it can be double, but I can also be a little bit. Well, I'm trying to be aggressive with it, man. Show you guys what I mean in just want. Make sure I actually get that in there first. Boom. High rise is coming along. A high low rise. It's a high rise, but I actually made this about quarter the size it actually should be. It actually is supposed to be a full-on tower. That would have took 2 days to print, and I was like, you know what? I'm not really cool with that, yo. I have 2 days to wait for this damn thing to print. Again, we slowly see our building taking its shape. I just want to do a quick contrast check here. Yeah. That's going to look awesome. Sitting underneath that. That's going to look fantastic. I wish this was a little bit smaller, or the building was a little bit bigger, but that's fine. Just for a play around base, it's going to be fun. Not really worried about it being one-for-one size accurate, though it would help. Can't say and deny that. Right back here, non-metal. Really do the edge. Going to work that in here. And chat, if you got any questions to ask, I will do my very best to answer a question. I'm gonna leave it alone, huh? I'll answer questions I can answer. Oh, what I want to do. It is good to sand that side down. I want to highlight the building entrances, things like that. For that, I'm going to work these light posts. It's coming along. We got 2 pillars down, 2 for our plants. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead, I think I'm going to go ahead and fill in all the pillars. I want to work this brush. I want to work marker right there. I want to get this as smooth as possible. Few strokes of this brush as possible. Really want to make sure. Oh, that don't matter. I got to paint right there. I can be a little bit more careless about that. But that would have been catastrophic. This was supposed to be two different colors. Touch it right there at the top. Back over that. So we got 3 pillars down so far. Really we're getting our color scheme in here. I still haven't added the gray to the sidewalk. That's going to be the last thing I do. I could just leave it white. But I think I'm going to actually add a gray. I'm not going to do a metallic gray, but I think I'm just going to do it straight gray. Nice dull gray. You know what? I actually think, I don't know if those are supports or not, in between those or railings. I think those are railings, yeah, those are railings. I thought these itty bitty things in between here were actually supports, but they're not support, they're railings. Oh shit, I did not finish peeling the plastic out of this damn thing. Go down, make sure we got really good coverage here. And we're gonna right in here. One of them. Really want to make sure we get that arch. Now the hard part, getting right here at the building. I gotta make sure I don't hit that lamp. Big oof. Building. No big oof. Mild oof, but not big oof. We avoided a big oof. We get a mild oof. Not a big one. Trying to my best to avoid the big oof. Here. Color this in. Again, I'm using my paint markers because if I dry brush all these colors on here, I really want to have a lot of pop and shine. I could do it the way I did Batwoman, but I really want this to have some pop. Thanks. Got that one. Alright. Rolling again. A lot more color. We can see this slowly start to come together. Just slowly starting to come together. All we really got to do now is get the windows and all that good jazz. So we really got some highlights in here. I think some yellow, but hey. Alright. Let me go back over this. My God. As much as I dry brush and literally color my hands in, I swear my paint markers are the thing that get my hands the dirtiest, the most, the fastest, the most consistent. Okay. I also want to get the door trim here in this metallic gray. This is spot here. Very trim door. That way it's got a highlight. That's something. I really don't need to use bone metal. I'm probably gonna use it. Right. 1 second. Let me see if I can find a dull gray. It's not gonna be too overpowering. Let's roll the dark aluminum. Just so we don't end up overpowering our highlights. Because what I really want the shades to sit and not stick out too much. Let's do this. I'm probably gonna have to go back over some of this too. Yeah, that's a lot more natural. That metallic shade on the building is kind of taking too much detail and running off with it. That feels a lot more natural. I probably can't even tell the difference. We got some gray on the seals, that gray here, just to get some highlight. Really trying to show up a little. There's some differentiate window seat. This one's got a little something stand out on its own. Highlight. Not such a highlight that it overpowers what we're ultimately trying to achieve. And we can see our window sills are a little bit darker now. Actually highlight, actually starting to show up. Go ahead and fill in our window here. Dark gray tone. So that's got something that help it stand out. It'll look fine once we actually put the highlights on it. Be careful with these markers. I forget a lot of time to have 360 coverage. And no matter how I am pointing this marker, if it's touching something, leaving paint. Sometimes I get paint in places I don't really want it. And be mindful. Again, we got some highlights in there. Just darken up the window sills to really give it its own. It looks better. It looks a lot better than what we got going down there for highlights. I'm gonna have to go over that, darken that back up. That is way too aggressive. Back in here. Dark tone. That reflective. Reflectiveness is really drawing away from what I ultimately want the tone and the warmth of this building to be. That's a little bit better. And it's a little too detailed on that triple strike there, but we'll make that work. That's the joy of being an artist. You gotta make this. Sometimes you fuck up and you can't take this back. Sure, I got coverage out. Really know what angle you're looking at, how you're holding it. Okay. Well, the fill that spot in. Don't mind if that crosses over because all these pillars essentially going to be the same color. Bit right there. I'm not gonna try hard. Make sure I get this seal. Coated that dark color there. Again, this feels like we're filling in just a black and white photo. That looks really nice. Let's get the green for this last bush and the yellow for that last light. Don't think that I need the red anytime soon. Fill in this last bush here. That's green. Put some green in between this base. Want that bush to be nice and green and defined. Swear to God, I get more paint on my fingers from the markers. You know, that's the point of having the markers so I don't get paint everywhere. No. I swear to God, none of my Twitch notifications are going off. Watch me on Twitch. Thank you. I can hear them. For some odd reason, I do not. Oh, you know what? I don't even think I put my Twitch alerts in this. Hold on. That's why. Another totally different window. See if I can actually pop my Twitch highlights in there real quick. Otherwise, it's going to sound really weird. Alert. Edit alert. Happy. Bones. Yeah, I do. I have that controller. I also have our Pro controller, which is the one I actually use. Okay. Actually add this. Okay. There we go. And that is my backup controller. Bones, also, how are you doing, bro? Ham and cheese. For some reason, none of my stuff is updating because I don't know. It still says 2 people are in my overall shit, and I'm just like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's not even updating. My God, this is a bit. Yeah, my black controller has stick drift, which sucks. But I absolutely positively hate because, well, that's one of my favorite controllers. Let's see. Kind of got one side of the building done. I'm not in Discord. I'm actually just hanging out by myself tonight. It's Friday. I just want to paint. No Xbox party chat, no Discord, no nothing tonight. It actually looks pretty solid. I still gotta add the highlights and the colors in here. Windows. Do like that so far. It's gonna look pretty dope. I don't know if I'm in your Discord, but you can shoot me an invite to your Discord. I will join it at some point. I'm in like 8 Discords right now. Most of them are just for paint groups. What's in your Discord? I could have sworn I was. Make sure I get some real good coverage in that's color this section, and it was like coloring in a black and white photo, but I really do like this. Just feels natural. Am I still in the same playlist? Let's see. It's Street Fighter. Oh yeah. Mix this thing up though. One time. Ooh. Oh, this section color the fuck in. hard to get some of these spaces. Some of so tight. All right, so I want to go ahead and get the highlight, the detail. I know there's going to be a lot of work. Dark aluminum, as usual. Trim this building. Window. That looks pretty solid. The drawing brush every last one of these windows sealed. That way they all have their own definition. Gosh. Nah, I hadn't left the Discord, so I'm probably still in your group. My old Discord link keeps cycling through. I need a Discord link that doesn't expire so people actually join it when they watch. And again, I actually had to get people to watch, so that. You know what? I got an extra support beam. I don't know what color that should be. So I think what I'm going to do to conserve time, I'm going to go ahead and do all my detail work now. All of my detail work. Come back. Actually paint all the little things that detail work in time. Honestly, I think I'm gonna do the spare one. Gun belt. Dark aluminum shade here. Just a spare. And I'm just tracing, I'm really trying to get these highlights. There's a lot more pop and shine. Won't necessarily be the whole flag color. We can our windows, our ledges, and trying to add dry brush for the color scheme. It actually has something to sit up against the contrast instead of it all being one shade. Back, get all the bushes, all the the things that matter. Okay, I don't have any lights on that side to do perfect. I guess that's the side Gotham City arrived on, without with no lights on. Mhm. Mm, doing that. Put the highlights. It actually can color in the ledge of the window, so that way the actual edge of the window definition actually be a positive. And a light post here. Does need on everything. This would really make home structure. Uh, this that image gentle. Press too hard. Markers go all over the second. Break my phone off that. Please. No. 35. Don't know how to do it. Plus my natural instinct. Hope. Optimal shine. Yeah. I imagine it by and these coats down. There's some trim of this building just to have his own structure. 5 still needs build. Don't want to lose that. Worrying about my color coverage. Oh no. Damn. I actually got too much in there. Yeah, just going over this. I also want to get my gray highlights in here, get the outline of the windows, shading, the detail. Uh, Still need the building to have. Still needs building. Day. Not just a solid basic coat all the way around. Go ahead and that was some metallic. I'm going back over that. No, I initially wanted to do that. Brick tone. Have a and gray. Back over that. I don't want too much of this gloss and not look like it does need to have some concrete detail. Gotham City is baby New York. I still need to have that concrete jungle. Yeah. Trying to mess that up a little bit. All right. It just feels like it has a little bit more character and detail with that being on the edge. Hard to see. Feels like it's got just a little bit more character and everything when it's that gray on the inside. So I'm probably gonna have to go back, clean some of that up. Really like that gray right on the inside. Back, dusting off. Alright. I get that. All of those. I only got lights on two sides, so let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and get the lights now. There we go. So again, I just kind of want to look at that. There's a Batwoman. It's actually gonna be dope. That's gonna be fucking dope. I don't even care. That's gonna be hot. Alright, try to get my phone on the damn charger. That's gonna look pretty dope. I'm kind of liking that so far, just as a basic structure. Okay. The last thing I actually got to do is I do need to get the sidewalk. There's 5. Actually looks solid. Dude, that actually looks sketched. Almost. One more time. Now we got a great sidewalk in front of us. Low key. That shit's hot. For a base, just for something to sit on top of. Bro, that's hot. Hot. Point blank. Period. I don't care what nobody say. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back and apply the plants here outside the building. Man, we got wherever we're gonna close the back of the building where no one's parked. Decorations, buddy.
I'll tell you where they're not. Safe.
What is this TTS message? How was I supposed to read this TTS message? It's less than 10% readable characters.
Exactly. So welcome back. I love my fucking counter thing is not moving. I literally have no idea actually here or not. It just redeems it. I think so. I think it's just an automatic thing.
You.
At least someone's here to redeem the channel points I've been giving out forever and a decade. Only Twitch would notice me. Like, hey, this guy's doing something really cool. So we, put him on the front page, gave him a little bit of a boost. Maybe people would notice that he's vibing. That'd be too much to ask for. Why I really hate streaming. I really feel like I never really get put. You can literally watch other people hang out with their friends, but God forbid a nigga can paint. God forbid a nigga got real talent. They're not gonna show that. Yo, this is low key hot. So, bitty bitty here. Come back. Need another. What else is- Ooh. Based. Good. Oh, hold on a block to paint. Man, so far. So far, what we got. This looks fantastic. And work some paint up in here. We get that. Mm, damn, dude, I haven't painted this thing for 3 hours. Feel like I hadn't got shit nowhere near. Mm, probably can afford it. Yeah, I mean, your pushes are off. Sit down so fucking low. Last block of bushes. Last thing we gotta do really worry about. Did I get these windows? I did not. Somehow did not get those windows. Yeah, all the details of the backside block. Okay. Well, I know now. I gotta come back with my gray. Shit. That somehow did not. Oh, I missed a whole section. Maybe I should paint with my glasses on. And just coloring these in. Really gonna try to warp it. Alright, there we go. All that green. Fucking sidewalk. That's fine. It's gonna be super duper fun when I have to come back and paint this. Not gonna be already done. Rain on the sidewalk. Fine, small price to pay. Big store. I'm going to cover that up with in the description. Or do you know that's going to make covering that with Ray a little bit tougher than I would initially like that to be. Bada bang, bada boom. We got our lights painted. Actually, our lights painted, our bushes painted, and our sidewalk. Compared to the rest of the block, the sidewalk is nice and coated. Nice steady gray. Really kind of keep it rounded. But also give it a little bit of color. You can see our sketch lines are really settling. I gotta get the backside here with these sketch lines. Let's see here. Black dark aluminum is what we want. Work that. One quick stroke. I was gonna take two current stroke. That, and it's gonna darken up these lines. Really want highlight. Also, engaging detail in these. Really keep messing. I don't know how. You know what? I always say happy little takes small correction. I sit here and try not to crash out over the fact that I am getting painting places I did not intend to get. I will smell the copium from here. You know what? Roll with it. I've got a vision. I know this is gonna be fucking awesome. All said, it's gonna look fire. Big. Got our base built down. Perfect. Man, oh man, look at that. That's slowly coming together. So let's start Going. Do hate it. Some of this is not going to lay down the whole pain the way that I want it to, but I can. I'm going to directly keep over it. Perfect. That. That's. I don't want to do that. I'm going to go ahead and get it. This is the hardest. Most time, it's probably going to have lights. Really want to make sure highlighting. Right there. I'm probably gonna have to go back and hit that with aluminum. The highlight sticks. But I'm not gonna press on right now. Turn overall. That I only got one side done. This side's coming along. I'm gonna have some vibrancy to it. It's the main thing I'm really looking at. I'm building really feel alive and lively. Batwoman's top of it. Paint strokes there. Baseboard. That. But paint down in here. I I had to let that dry before I come back. Like the building. I might have done a little bit more stand out, but I think this color. No, a little bit of nice contrast. Batgirl. Batwoman, I should say. That looks solid. And I just want to get a good idea how this is actually going to look. I'm going to sit her on top of this. Going to be awesome. I wish it was just a little bit smaller. Only I made her a little bit smaller, but this is going to be cool. Regardless. Let's see. I like the colors. I like the scheme. I like the overall layout this actually does. Damn near what I had in my mind. Almost a 1-for-1. So let's go ahead and get this sidewalk cleaned up. This low key is going to be the biggest project done. Have my point. Still got to do the colors on window. Here. That is what these parts are coloring. But this don't have to keep going back to the paintbrush. I don't have to keep skipping. None of that. Process. So much dry brushing is so essential to the process. This one just base coat the kind of work. Perfect. And this sidewalk looks brown. And some coverage here. Not gonna lie though, my fingers are getting stiff, God. And we got the first 2 blocks done. That looks fire. I don't even know if anyone's really here to see. God damn it, I love it. Quite frankly, it's really all that matters. 2 more blocks left to do, plus the gray on the sidewalk. Tighten up a little bit. Smoke break. All right, chat, I am back. My bad. Real quick, so just a progress update so you guys can actually see this. This is going to be the base for our Batman figurine here. Painstakingly hand painting this thing. This is just the idea, concept I had in my head that I've been working on bringing to life. I like that. I do need to go over it just to wash out some of that gray and that white that I did for the base coat. Here's what it's going to look like with Batgirl on top or Batwoman. Really like that. I had to go back and get her shoe. Her shoe isn't gray enough. Yeah, that's gonna be. Just as a basic backdrop. I had to repaint some of her parts, but this is gonna be awesome. Really liking that. I might need to make the mask black though. And I definitely gotta get the white in her eyes a little bit better. Actually, a lot better. Let's see. Yeah, I got a couple of blotches in here. I can see them from distance. I definitely know I got a couple of things. That gets covered. Got Kate Kane, Batwoman in the backdrop. This thing's gonna be awesome. Curious to see how these markers do. A large section of large figurine. Don't quite know. Helldivers is the weekend. I might be down tomorrow, depends. I am off until 6, but I do gotta go to work, so we'll have some time. If not tomorrow, Sunday, I'm down. Then we get the boys together and just play some Helldivers one time. Okay. Okay. It was tough to do into without all that paint everywhere you don't want it to. Okay. Yeah, kind of get that paint. Just a little bit where I didn't want to get it. But I'm just gonna have to make that work. I'm trying to have a consistent paint scheme here. Trying to keep the paint consistent, the colors consistent. Really the biggest challenge. But I think we got a little something going on here. Clearly missed the spot here. He's gonna have to tip some of the inconsistent spots. Ain't actually tries. See. One smoke going up and down. Got another pillar down back. And I really like this. Really like this. Like that. Look. Alright. Fuck with it. I fuck with it, I fuck with it, I fuck with it, I fuck with it. That's perfect. Eight. Again, we got just enough highlighted. on continuous. That's work my way up. Probably gonna have to do a couple of coats. Shade. Make sure. Gray underneath the pencil outlet. Make sure that gray underneath has that highlight hidden. Okay, I got one more side to do. And last but not least, the last thing to do is really going to be adding highlights to the doors. I don't know which way I want to do the base. I kind of want to give it a sunset tone. I really want to give it a sunset tone. I'm just going to place my Batgirl statue on top. Probably could have still done it a little fine. Look at that. I do like the highlights. I like the color. I like the pop. Does look pretty good. I really hate in hindsight that I made all this at the last second. Really do hate I made this at the last second, because if I'd have known, if I'd have came up with this first, I definitely would have redone this, but I did not want to have to reprint Batgirl, especially after I'd already painted it. This is just going to be this. And that looks good. Once it's done, I'm actually going to be on. And that looks legit. That looks shit. I don't care where you're from. That's dope. Again, it's the fact that I can put a light in here and really make this shine. That's gonna be fire. Okay. Sorry, I'm marveling at my work here. So I tend to do a lot. Paint the next city block. We get this done. Got one more to do. Minor detail work to do. Batgirl. Oh, Batwoman. I keep calling her Batgirl. It's Batwoman. Kate Kane. Which I'm not even going to cap, and I'm familiar with. That's most of the DC universe. I'm not a big DC guy, but I saw this and said to myself, I really would love paint that. You know what? I should have kept the sewers. Damn, dog. I should have kept the sewers that dusted white. That way they had their own distinct look to them. It's okay. Again, this is a prototype. Next time I do this, I'll actually have an idea how I want to do this. Once I have an idea of how to do something, I'm normally pretty good at the execution part. Just gonna jazz up our sidewalk here. I'm going to leave that grate uncolored. Yeah, it does look better. If I had to just let that, I can go back over there with gray though. I can go back over there and dust that. That's gonna bring those colors back up. 'Cause that looks a lot better as a detail versus that one. You can't really see it. All right. One last corner to do, then we're going to start wrapping up just our minor detail work here. Last thing we're going to have to do is just some dry brushing for the lights in here to really help give it some life. Around the corner, my God, almost 4 hours just to do this. And I did Batwoman, basically in white, gray, and a soft black. Let's gonna have a few spots. I'm gonna have to do some real touch-up work here in a bit. Fine. Honestly, kind of used to it. I'm gonna have to go in here and really clean up some highlight. But in the name of getting my coverage and my coats down, on to trying to just all the corner there. Not amp this up. I want to get all of that, but not this. Next time I'm gonna do a white big, so I'm gonna have to fix it. Home invasion. On that. So, bada bing, bada boom. I think we got all 3 spots covered. Just gotta get the sidewalk right here. Dust that up there. I got a couple of little rates in here to clean up, but damn, yo, that woman's gonna have a dope stand to sit on top of, yo. Overlooking Gotham City, even though she's too big. We're gonna make that work regardless. We got a Batwoman overlooking Gotham City. Never forget Batwoman Kate Kane. I love this. I'm gonna go in here and do some minor detail work. Brush this up one more time. The back symbols in red. Back in here and dump some gray there. I missed a few spots and I really want to clean that up. And I want to go back in here one more time, hit those details and clean that up once and for all. The white in her eyes, a little bit more of her mask. That way that shines through. And her outline, her detail. Fucking phenomenal, dude. Phenomenal. I just gotta highlight the lights in the actual building so that way it looks like there's life inside the building. I'm gonna do that with a soft orange yellow. Just to really clean that up. Some lights are gonna be brighter than others. I'm gonna make sure I have some highlights and details. I got my white on standby for when I get ready to do that. But this is the gist of what this is gonna look like. I really should have took a before and after picture. You could actually see the white outline, the way it was painted, it looked sketched. Man, that's so far for just the basic idea and concept. Man, this is all the idea in my head come to life. I could not be more stoked about just the sheer level of detail. Damn, Batwoman came out phenomenal. Really has that statue-esque look with the details and the highlights in it. There's some other little things to go in here and get. But overall, this that's some detail work just to clean up, really get her looking proper. Really want to get the white in her eyes a lot better than what I got them. One, two. I know I forget. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the sidewalk and color that in. Let's see, we can't get the last piece of sidewalk. I really wish I'd have left that silver in there for that sidewalk. That actually helps it look a lot more. I don't know, it gives us a more hand-drawn kind of vibe. That's always the look I'm looking for. I want to almost like a sketch. On the line. Just gonna finish off this side. And then last but not least is going to be the funnest part of it all. Somehow, some way, I had to add some coloring to our window so it almost looks like the building is occupied. And it's really going to look cool because, again, you guys hadn't seen it. Actually put a light underneath in here and light this thing up. Matter of fact, actually check that out. Why finish? I really wish I'd have left the gray white. Man, that white on gray color scheme on this silver actually looks mean as let's see, that actually looks really good. And again, this is just a base. Once here, I know no one really cares about shit. Let's see. I don't know how much light's gonna. Oh, it's gonna be hard as hell to see until I turn my actual lights off. I'll be sure to get a picture of this when it's all said and done. I ain't saying this could double. Alright. I'm gonna let that rest. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna get back, girl, because I got some dry painting, some dry brushing that needs to get done really quick. I kind of want to go over that metallic red one last time. One last time, just to really make sure it's in there. Because I feel like that red could. Let's really let this metallic red shine. Ooh, that's a lot of paint. I ain't go straight to the model with that. God damn. Talking about a paint goblin. A lot of unnecessary paint. And I really want that metallic to get in there and shine. So I'm leaving enough paint to really get it. Not too much, not too little. Really want that actual logo. And I'm gonna go back and really trace over that with that gray, that silver, just to really help it pop. I'm looking at that now, a little bit lighter, a little bit smaller of a brush for mine. Actually, might need to go over here with this light gray. Perfect. And now we can kind of see it. Now that red's starting to pop. All right, let me clean my brushes and I will be right back. Right, I am back.
A little funk in your house like that, y'all. A little funk in your house like this. A little funk in your house like that, y'all. A little funk in your house like this. A little funk in your house like that, y'all. A little funk in your house like this. A little funk in your house like
Matter of fact, I actually do need some metallic silver to add on that grade. I forgot what the hell I was about to do. Oh, I want to go back over this with a. You know what? I might actually brush her up with a slight metallic. Just so she's got some shine. I was really debating on that. Let's go. We'll go ahead and get this metallic gold one more time. And after that, at that metallic gold, we're gonna get the sunset in here, so that way we can get our colors down in the window. Matter of fact, well, I have a size one. I do. I got a size 1 drawing brush. That's exactly what it's for. EBD paint jobs like the windows in this building here. Bruh, what a god thumbs me. A little bit of gold. There we go. This is add a lot more detail to her long haul. I got some of that red to clean up. I'll get on that just a bit. Man, just having a little detail. Matter of fact, I actually do need to add some red in her boot. White, I should say. Shit, way too much. Not that much. And just a little bit of white so I can get her shoes. In my size 2. My size 2 ought to get this. Real quick, microfiber cloth to the rescue. Bad boy. Let's clean this brush. Yeah. So much paint. Oh, really brushed up for shit. Yeah, that's a small little paintbrush there. Good for it. I really did not get her foot there. Somehow, some way. Don't ask me how I got distracted by not getting her foot. Boys, are y'all fighting? Don't make me come over there. On her too. So I don't really know if I can get. I can if I really try. Really can get that little space right up in there. I had to retrace that. And I'm going to wash out some of that. I don't want the silver to be too dominant. I'm actually going to dust over that just a little bit, just so it acts as an outline. It doesn't dominate too much. Feels like it's like taking over the actual outline of the modeling. Little too much white paint. Have to blotch out that. Softly, some of this white in here. So it doesn't get too far away from what we want, which is a statue-esque color scheme. Dim this metallic silver down just a little bit. And I want it to shine, but not too much. Dim it down with just a little bit of white. Stone statue look, and really make sure the only thing that's really shining and highlighting at a high level is just bat signal, or the bat logo, I should say, and click. Oh, don't want too much silver shining because it won't really feel like it's statue. It's not too bad. I'm just gonna let a little bit of this white gloss over it. And I know it seems counter to what we did at first, but trust me when I say it's all said and done. Let's see. Better. Add a little bit of white to that. Catch that. Boys. Hey. Him. Get us we're back onto the cape. So it still looks stone, but it still has its outline. Again, I don't want too much shine. Honey. And all I want to do is all down with the highlight on her. That way it still looks statue as adding a white tint. Sure. Oh no, I broke her finger. Ah, damn. That's what I get for making her fingers so damn thin. I don't even know. I'm gonna notice. I will. It's gonna drive me nuts. I like that. I like the detail. I like the highlights. Actually does look really clean. Does like a stone statue. Last but not least, I'm gonna try to get highlight X. Looks hey. Yeah, just giving it an outline for it. Oh. I'm getting this damn hand to land where I want it to land. Whole nother thing. Yeah, that looks so much better with that outline on it. That looks so much better. It actually does like spray painted just a little bit. Really gotta get the white of her eyes. That's gonna be hard. Tough. That's gonna be a little tough. I probably could have. I think I will too. I think I got my black up here. I might just go ahead and do her entire mask in black, just because it's so iconic. I might. But last but not least, for real, 'cause I really do. orange. Sound like I've never used this yellow orange, so I'm not quite sure how this is even going to look. I want to try to color in these windows, highlight some details. That way it's not too black. Oh, you know what? I never used this one before. Duh. Put a cap on it. Here we got oh, that looks yellow. It actually came out yellow. I wonder if I got a D for orange. Boy! Hey, how you doing? Girl. Hi. I'm gonna roll with actual orange. That yellow orange is not quite okay. I don't remember opening my orange, but my orange is open. I want to really have, I forgot, it's going on top of a white. On top of a white. That's actually going to lighten that up way more than I anticipated. I really need highlight to be extremely light. I mean, I'm gonna have to use like the softest of dry brushing here. Really make sure I don't overcolor this. Otherwise, it could be burden for your boy if I fuck this one up. It's still too wet. Got a little too trying to rush. Rush is still wet. Can't have too much paint. Might be on too wet. Softest of yellows. I mean these salted, not yellow. I'm gonna have to be really cautious about how I do, because I can't go in here willy-nilly and crazy. Yeah, we lost. Tent. Like the lights on. Oh my god, it's almost 11 o'clock at night. I'm gonna try just one or two code. I think all it, because it's been 4 hours of streaming. Quite frankly, there's really no one here. Going down to another one and dull and dusted stream. I don't know if the orange is gonna work the way I want it to. Yeah. Alright, your boy's kinda tired, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna run this back tomorrow at noon. I'm gonna let this paint settle before I try to get in here with this orange and this yellow to really add some highlight. So I'm gonna stop, I'm gonna clean my brush, I'm gonna post some pictures so you guys can actually see what this is gonna look like. Again, I'll be back tomorrow, noon Eastern time. I didn't realize it was so late. Yeah, that's gonna look sick. Alright, y'all, I will catch you guys in the next video. Tomorrow, noon.